Hello everyone, this is Super Galaxy Sam here. Sorry it's taking some time. I'm waiting for the game to update because I went reboot the full and I didn't update it earlier. But we are at 63%, so I'll just briefly stream Cook Your Own Kingdom while waiting. Hello, is that a bug? Welcome to the stream. How are you? You're in time for you're in the game's not up because it's still downloading the update. But you are in time for watching us stream Once Human, which is an MMORPG that's in beta testing right now. It is possible to sign up for beta testing for it, but it is going to require you to just wait till they say, yeah, here's a key for the beta test, because it's not open beta. I mean, like, it's open beta, but it's not like open to download currently because they've gotten so many downloads. It's a very interesting situation is what I'm gonna just say. But yeah, well, I am waiting for that to play. I'm gonna just quickly play some Cookie Run Kingdom and just slap this onto the other window where I can monitor its download. We are at 76%. By the way, how are you doing? 77%. Happy New Year. And, yeah, I'm just like, Happy New Year. I hope it's been well. I'm sorry, this isn't the game. We were supposed to be streaming right away. We're at 80% though. I swear we'll have it up. But to tell you about once, you know what? Actually, well, here's what I'll do. I will pull up a window to show the trailer for Once Human. I think the trailer will do a better job explaining it than I can, because it is a trailer. Because it's something else, is what I gotta just say. It's really out there. So I'm gonna just do that, because that's easier. Here we go. This is the LEA Institute. All controls have failed. Repeat, all controls have failed.
Squad H-73 has reached target location. Mission objective, deviation control.
What the hell happened? Take cover. Class B deviant identified! Open fire! Open fire! Get up now. We gotta get out of here.
What do you mean merging patch files were at 0%? Wow, guys. I chose a terrible time to stream this fucking game. It looks real cool, though.
all over. Let's get out of here. Knock, knock.
So, that's Once Human. That's the game we're supposed to be playing. Once I get the uploads, or not the uploads, the game updated. God fucking damn it. Tonight, it's basically, I learned about it through IGP, because he played it. It's basically supposed to be like survival horror with like SCP-esque elements. It's really trippy and like has you constantly like going through different dimensions and shit. I am just not having good luck. It's at least a quarter of the way downloaded. For fuck's sakes, merging your patch files. Merge it faster. Please. Please, game. Please. I'm supposed to be streaming to you today. Fucking hell. We want to play it. Not watch trailers of it. God damn it. But real quick, you know what? While we're out here, why not? I'm gonna share this animation meme that I've watched a few times. Just because it's real good. And then, yeah. We're already here, so why not? Sorry for not posting the 800 years. That is a mood. If anyone wants to... I want the link. I want the stinky link. Copy link. If anyone wants to find the link for this video, it's right here. There you go. What lurks beneath? Oh boy. How to beat the 50... Oh no. That sounds awful. Being 50 hours. And that is... Okay. The thought of being stuck underneath a pool cover in a pool is a very dangerous thing, and B, frighteningly claustrophobic as hell. Ew, no. Just no. Just no. 30%, really? Okay. You know what? Hang on. We'll quickly watch, like...
This is the LEA Institute.
I like how there's that, and then that crocodile reptile thing recommended too. Yeah. Agreed. I might see if that clip with the prehistoric marine animal is from a video game. And if so, I'm gonna, like, look into it. %. God damn it.
Listen up. You ever question yourself?
Yeah, I'm just gonna show some gameplay of the game that we're going to be exploring first, since I can't play the game at this immediate moment.
Ordinary and familiar.
But yeah, I'll look into it.
Mysterious.
I'll look into that
You and
video's thumbnail and see if like it's for a video game.
Shaping while also being shaped by each other. Take a deep
35%.
breath and tell me, is there a butterfly dancing? Do you feel the desire to describe, define, and even capture it? I've never seen a dancing butterfly.
What do you mean you've never seen a bloody dancing butterfly?
My word, aloud or silently in your head.
I see them all the time during spring.
Seen a dancing butterfly.
What are you on about?
Then close your eyes and wait until I count to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Very dramatic.
Space-time deviation detected. Please proceed.
It does, and I love that. I think you do technically like hold a creature inside the backpack too. At least from like IGP's gameplay, they had like some alien thing inside it. What the fuck? Hey look, it's the relatives to Skibidi Toilet. Skibidi dum 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 da dis, skibidi dum 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 da dee. Halfway there. Apparently one of the outfits you can get is latex booty, according to this trailer. You can be like Elastigirl. Damn it. I lost this one match in Cookie Run Kingdom. Piggy! You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. So if Minecraft Steve was fucked up the ass and dropped in Fallout 4, you know, just friends being friends, enjoying friend things. Also, that's a bomb-ass house. What the fuck? I don't like those noises. Those are not appropriate noises. Oh, what? Okay, so these are probably like the boss raids or something. And that is what you get when you fuck with my neighbor Tortoro.
The world is neither real nor unreal. It is an in-between realm you never truly arrive at, nor depart from. A perception of yours, and yours only. One last time. Repeat after me. I've never seen a dancing butterfly.
No,
I've
fuck
never
you.
seen a dancing butterfly. I've never seen a dancing butterfly.
Repeat after me. No, fuck you. I repeat whatever I want to fucking repeat. Okay. Oh, what else is... What the fuck? Beta test. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention on the on our Discord server, there is a section on the server where its channel is dedicated to following news updates in regards to various video games and tech and all that stuff. So if you check, I think the newest one, which is like Games Update 2 or something like that, gaming news or something, it will have information on what's going on with Once Human. Okay, how far along? We're at 88%, guys! 88%! This better be the last fucking update! Because I swear, I need to play the game. That's what the stream is for. Is playing the game. I know. Honestly, that's the bane, or like that's the curse of I want to see this. That's kind of the thing with these MMOs is they're often just not one update. There are 56 updates all bundled into 3 circus clown cars, and you just gotta let them out individually, manually, by your own hands. You do not get the treatment of automation. You do not get the treatment of automation as invented by Henry Ford. No, you don't. You get Unga Bunga. I better let this update time. Okay, I'm gonna check this real quick while we're at it. Why not?
Teddy! Come here, boy.
And according to the description, the games they're looking at is Paranormal Tales, Silent Hill 2 Remake. So for any Silent Hill fans, hey, you guys get content. Wakey, wakey, breakfast is here, fuckers. Still Wakes the Deep, Quantum Error, Routine, Ill, Alone in the Dark, Infestation 88, which is taking a jab at, for those who are not in the loop, it's taking a jab at Mickey Mouse, specifically the Steamboat Willie version. Like just Mickey Mouse in general, but like basically what happened is the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse finally made it to public domain, and people are having a field day. Remember the Slendermite? I was generally shooketh. That is valid, yeah. I don't know. Yes. So, Mickey Mouse parts, some iterations of Mickey Mouse are now finally public domain. Disney tried their damn hardest to keep Mickey Mouse from not being in public domain whatsoever, but the time has come, and now Steamboat Willie is in public domain, and people are having a fun fucking time with it. Expect a lot of games and media and content based around the character of Steamboat Willie Mickey. In fact, I think... Did I wish list one of the games? I will have to check my Steam wish list. Because I hoard games on... Like, I wish list games on Steam as kind of like... just to remind myself, oh, this game exists, rather than use it as a proper wish list. So I've hoarded an entire list of games, like over 400 of them, of games that I think would be interesting to look at. And one of them is a Steamboat Willie inspired game that came out after the copyright changed to, oh yeah, Mickey Mouse is public domain. Yes, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it because he fucking deserves it. After how much Mickey has, like, Disney has screwed so much of media over, they deserve it.
Teddy, for fuck's sake.
They really do. Real life Disney itself is a horror story. In that it's turning everything into a fucking monopoly. And sanitizing it. Yeah, so whatever's gonna knock them down several pegs, I'm here for. They need to be humbled. Full stop. Oh, I don't like that. Don't touch your hands like that. The idea there's something creepy crawling underneath the hand, I don't like.
Could she really be here?
Oh, it's Silent Hill. Okay.
Waiting for me?
I don't have to worry about that. 90%!
Mary died
Give it up for 90%!
years ago.
In my restless dreams, I see that town,
98%!
Silent Hill.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you. But it's all over now.
Are you fucking kidding me? We're back at 0%! Yeah, I feel that, man. I feel that right now. With one human fucking me over.
Mary?
They're optimizing the patch, guys. God damn it. Yeah, big F indeed. I hate how my first thought was he looked from, like, novelist from IDV. Okay. Low-key here, can I just say, the appearance that... I'm sorry, I'm gonna be mean to Orpheus here. Especially his younger self. But, I hate to say it, but Orpheus just deadass looks like any other typical white male, cis male character from a video game. I said it and I mean it. I'm sorry, but it do be true. It do be fucking true. He just looks like another white stalebred male character. And then people end up wondering, wow, why doesn't Detective Orpheus not get much attention up until recently? And it's because he looks like some motherfucking... He just looks like your stereotypical male video game character, that's why. Sorry, I just have to throw that tea out there. Facts are facts, indeed. Indeed they are. Oh, and also I'm just gonna throw it out there while I'm at it with the tea. With the tea, you know. I also hate to say it, but to compound that in, I don't think the personality and snark his younger self, his 24-year-old novelist self doesn't help either. It's just, like, it makes him, like, what happens is, it's like his younger self is basically this stereotypical white male, villain. like Hans from Frozen. And then he kind of just matures and goes, oh shit, I don't want to be like Hans from Frozen. So he becomes depressed dad core energy from Silent Hill and calls it a day. I'm sorry. It's just true. It's just true. Hang on. Hold on. Oh my gosh, not hands. Listen. It's Frozen. IDV novelist. Hang on. Where's a good image of him? Corporation wants to define the difference between these two images. Can you find them? No, I see no difference. I will shit on my favorites as much as I fucking please. Okay, I'm good here. I'm good. Let's continue watching. Yeah, exactly. Same vibe. Same vibe indeed. Those "Are you a robot?" questions select the same dude. Exactly. Exactly. Why are we still at 0%? That fucking Wilhelm scream, damn. Just damn. Well, that was something. I threw up in the toilet. That's my emergency.
Alright, everyone, listen up. Our mission here is different but simple. We are to assist the Manila Fire Department in getting as many civilians out of the complex as possible. We worry about the complex once everyone's out. Thank you, Jacob. You have made this so much easier. How do you know my name?
Let's see which species is superior, fireman.
Oh, so we play as a firefighter in this?
Who I am is not important at the moment. Just listen closely.
No?
There is no time, and there are a lot of people hunting you.
No horror games surrounding firefighters? Or janitors?
The fate of the world resting upon the shoulders of the common man's hero. You cannot stop us. You
Oh, you do play as a firefighter. Wow, they're banking on a trilogy?
I trust in you, fireman.
CPR.
Dear God.
As if firefighters don't have enough PTSD.
I'm here to save lives and save my partner. People are what matter to me.
Quantum error. So basically, severely traumatized the firefighter simulator. That's a horrible joke, but also... They already go through enough shit. You're really gonna do this to the poor man? I guess so. And what's this? Looks spicy. Oh! I'm sorry to disrupt, but guys. I finally got it. It's finally done! This better be the moment of truth! I am pressing play. Okay, so it is running, just to let you guys know, it's not crashed. It's just that OBS can only... No, it's fine. It's loading up the window. So how OBS works is it can only detect one source at a time. So if a window closes, you have to wait for that window to pop back up so it can detect it. So no, we're good. I hope. We just have to wait till the little NetEase Games logo goes away. And it says, here's the main game. Here we go. Okay. So I think I gotta go to game capture once human. It's either gonna be... Here we go. There we go. See, now we have it. So, and for anyone wondering, wait, is this also done by NetEase? So, to clarify, here's some little clarifications for game terminology and shit. So, NetEase, yes, they make their own games in-house. You know, they have their own teams and all that stuff. But they're also a video game publisher. This is true for other ones like Tencent, Nintendo, all those guys. So, not everything you see that has the logo NetEase Games or Tencent or whatever flash on means it's made by them. It likely, there's more of a likelihood it was published by them or supported. And basically what a game company does as a publishing game company is they're the ones who give the funding or the support to the dev teams making the game. So they're the ones that go, okay, we like your game, we like what you're doing here, here's money, we're invested in your game, go make money for us. Is the very, very watered down, simplified version. Oh, what? Okay, hang on. It doesn't like certain sources. Display capture. I'm just gonna do this instead. This will be just the easiest way to capture it for me. Log in because I have a NetEase account. Because, woo, I play Identity V. F confirm. Cancel. Is there... Well, this is the earliest, so escape back. I can't do much. I can't magically go hocus pocus. Give us day one. Ooh. Yes, I confirm. I can't. I'm not the devs. I don't have the dev tools or anything, so I can't roll back the days. So we're going with whatever the server's going.
Our lives have followed a long path. But eventually, all roads reach their end.
Our world is broken, stagnant, fallen into the abyss.
I see that.
But everything is born from darkness, even the universe itself.
How do you know? You're not my mom.
See it?
I'm joking.
A glimmer within the void. The spark of life still burns, and evolution forges a new way forward. Once your faith overcomes despair, once you move beyond death, once life returns to this world, we'll meet beyond that path.
Fair enough. Understandable. Have a nice day. No, no, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You already took a fucking hour. God damn it. Or not an hour, you took me like a good solid 30 minutes. And there's fucked up my neighbor Tortoro right there. The higher your psi intensity, the better ability in turn. Okay. Loading vegetation. This is probably very heavy on computers. Maybe in the future, when it's out of beta, it will be able to render, or like it'll be able to be optimized for lower powered computers. But if it's taking my computer this long, I doubt you can play this on very low-end computers. Oh, are we gonna get something or is it gonna crash on me? Is it gonna crash on me or are we gonna get something? Which of the two shall it be? Here, I'm gonna put my mic up here. So it's a bit more sensitive. So my little funny dino guy is more sensitive. Alright. Are you loading? Please. Oh, no. I was excited there for a moment. One's human, more like waiting simulator. Oh, finally! Hans and Orpheus heard what he said earlier. No! No. Oh no. Maybe they did. Oh my gosh, this is so heavy on my computer. Can you zoom in? Okay, you can zoom in on the face. Hey, he's got a scar. What's type 2? Okay, so type 2 is female. Or like more feminine. So I think something I've noticed these days with video games is they've been trying to avoid or like, you know, they've been trying to avoid gendering things. So you're going to see more of this where it's like body type instead of gender. And then you'll see type 2, type 1, type 2, and maybe type 3. Something like that. So this is going to be an ongoing thing. Just thought that was something interesting to point out. This is like a fucked up Jose Baden. Cool. You know what? I will go with that. Next. Oh, okay, so you have to hit F. Oh my god, this is so heavy on my computer. I'm probably gonna change the settings. Orpheus hair. Is it bad for me to say I currently have that hairstyle naturally? The bangs, not the back ponytail though. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it works fine for me. So this is like their temples, I guess. What do they call it? Like the top part of the brow? Hairline width? That doesn't really change the width of the hairline. That just goes... Just that instead. But whatever floats your boat, I guess. Boink, 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 boink. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Me when baby's head soft spot, it makes their forehead puffy. Oh my gosh. Forehead. So why is forehead thickness this? Oh no, he broke the game, guys. It's not really, but it's just artifacts from that. I think for now, just because it crunches like that, I'm gonna have to keep it like that. It looks like they were wearing mascara and crying at the club. Yes, they do. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to join the Black Parade. He said, son, when you grow up, will you be the savior of the broken and the damned? Okay, so these are the tempos. I was thinking of brow line, I think. It's interesting you do get a good fair amount of customization here. Though at the same time, I feel like some of them are slightly redundant, just because they seem to do like very similar things. That's just my thoughts. Like, I feel like some of this you could have merged into the same sliders. Or like at least have that as an option for those who don't want to go super in depth, or maybe, you know, struggle with making faces that if it like struggle with making faces that look like people faces, if that makes sense. If you've ever played with customization in the game where it allows you to go really edit the person's face, you know what I mean. You can give him like a, you can make a Giga Chad, but Yeah, at some point, like, some of these sliders become redundant if you've messed with the face enough, where it's, like, just pointless. So, that's just my thoughts on, like, these customization games and all that, where you can, like, heavily customize. Oh my god! Oh. Hair down? That's not hair down, bitch! You just shaved his whole ass head! Where is the eye colors? What have you done with... Do you not get eye colors? Oh, he naked. Hang on, I wanna... I can't see? I can't see? I can't see the whole body? Listen, if you're gonna go ahead and make your player characters look like a snack, where... It's like, don't... If you're gonna make it so your player... You can make the player character look like a snack, then... Why don't you let us just go back and see the full body? Why? You got an issue with it? You got it? You don't want us to look? Man. Hey! I'm sorry. Hello, I'm a friendly little gentleman. Yes, I will take your daughter home. Back to the house at 10. And then I'm gonna go ahead and snarl night in my bed. It's like, yes, I will be polite and take your daughter back home at 10. And then I'm gonna go ahead and menacingly scheme my nightmares to myself or something in bed. God, the Chucky face, oh my gosh. Oh boy. I blame him for the wrinkles. Oh no. Oh no. The fact that the hair moves when you change the camera is actually a nice little touch. It's always like just satisfying when people do that with their games. Okay, so this just allows us to see more of the face, but my god, is it jarring. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there. I corner tilt just slightly. There we go. He looks so fucking tired, and that's a mood. It's like, god damn, I've had a long day of work. I just want to crawl up into my bed and sleep. What was it, like, outer? I think it was... something like that. Okay. I'm just gonna say this right now, as someone who has, like, these kind of big eyes, but they're, like, because I'm a mixed Asian, because they're, like, big eyes, but they still have, like, a bit of, like, a Eurasian eyelid. I don't know how to describe it other than it's very Eurasian. You just, like, who else can relate to this, but, like, if you have that type of eyelid, it just ends up making you look like a zombie in most of your official photographs. Like, whenever I go to the DM to get my, DMV to get my photo taken for my driver's license, I've gotten to the point in my life where I just fucking give up trying, because each photo I've taken, it just makes me look like I'm, like, on something, and it's like, I can't avoid it. I just go, yeah, I'm gonna look like I'm on, like, I'm a zombie or I'm on crack or something. I don't care. Just take my fucking picture so I can go. Thank you. It's more of just a little small minor nuisance in everyday life. More than anything else. It's like, oh yeah, you have friendly eyes. You have a friendly looking eyebrow face with the eyebrows and eyes. But then you take a photo and you're like, yeah, I just look like I'm on crack. It's just like that. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world. I've lived with it for my entire life, so it's kind of like, yeah, it's annoying, but you get used to it. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. I smell something. Sniff, 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 sniff. Okay. Just. Yeah. I don't know where that was going, but there it is. Nose bridge. Oh, lordy, that nose. It can smell things for days. It's like, I smell your bullshit. Bullshit detection jump scare. There we go. This is what he looks like with the hair on. Do I really want to mess with his nostrils? I don't feel like it. I've already messed with enough. Maybe like just his mouth a little bit so it doesn't look too far down. Like, just like so it looks like a person mouth. It doesn't reach uncanny valley. The customization is indeed magical. I never knew this part of the mouth was called the Cupid's bow. Cupid's bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. I'm gonna do the lower lip real quick. Oh, so you can actually make so this is interesting. You can actually make someone with a cleft palate in this game. Kinda, sorta. Not exactly, though. But, you know, that option is there for anyone who wants to. What was it? The angle? Okay, now that looks messed up. That's why I'm kind of like, yeah, we don't need all these things, to say the least. Because it's like, oh my gosh, there is so much. Because you hit certain angles and it's like, oh. So it's like the, not the tempos, it's like the cheeks. Yeah, so I did something to the mouth that makes it look a bit funky. It's depends, honestly. Other times I just want to at least make someone who like looks to be somewhere close to my ethnicity because there's not that many characters of my ethnicity out there. Honestly, since we're probably not going to see the face too close and from like certain angles, I'm just gonna let it go. Let it go. Like for instance, there was just so much that I literally can't keep track of what made the lip look about right. Because now these other parts look very odd. No problem. You too. Have a wonderful night. I know we didn't get to see too much of the gameplay, but at least there was like footage of it. Yeah, he just looks like he got stung by bees from this angle. Still 11 out of 10 stream. Oh, thank you. You two have a wonderful night. I think it's the chin. No, it's not the chin. Fuck. What the hell was it? I think this will have to do it. I just want the mouth to look like he can close his fucking mouth. Oh, I think it's the Cupid's bow height. Okay, it is. So it's like depth. Okay, so that's what that is. Got it. I was like, what's messing with that? Oh, so they put... Okay, this is my little peeve. I don't like it when they put, like, the colors and shit under makeup instead of face. Because makeup you think is, like, excess stuff, but no, they put it here instead, but alright. I'll just go with this. Eyebrows. Let's make them black. Oh, so this is like eyeshadow, I guess. Why no? Why no? Why no just basic ass brown, dark brown eyes? I mean, I guess there's this. Just a thought. None. Also, why is the eyebrows like... What about the facial hair? Oh, there we go. Here's the beard. Oh, so now you get to see the body. Cool. You can make a ball head. It's kind of hard to determine height if you have nothing to compare it to. I think that would help a lot. Just saying. Bongo bongo. Hippa hippa bongo bongo. Hippa hippa. It's interesting how for the chest they just go slip. They don't really account for it boobling out that way. Even though I've seen plenty of men IRL who are like jogging across the street and they have fat tits. Like, damn boy, those were fat tits. So it's just interesting how this slider kind of goes this way instead of not account for like the full body, for the full chest. Just saying. Aw, the little kitty. I will accept that. No, don't crash on me. Fine, fuck you.
Liquid nitrogen, negative 195.79 Celsius. Physical. Brain function. Not detected. Subject status.
I'm gonna get a blankie. Hang on.
Dagger still stuck in the sheath. Inspection 481 complete. Requesting a higher power outlet in the isolation chamber to prevent any further
SMP! The SCP Foundation got fucked. Wow, guys, it's been over an hour and 30 minutes. We're finally in the game. Now, I could have been lazy and, like, you know, not taken forever in customization, but it's like, I'm pretty sure you only get, like, one playable character per account or something. So, let me enjoy this. Let me have this one.
Mayfly, it is time.
Okay, settings.
Begin your journey. Seek out the cradle.
A full screen resolution, screen brightness, sound account. Okay, so I guess I can't turn down the graphics. Control, roll, and C is crouch. Your typical FPS mechanics. But I don't like how heavy it is. There's a self-destruct for, like, I guess deleting. Window. Apply. That apparently doesn't like me. I can close out Kick Run Kingdom. Yeah, this is just gonna be one of those things where I will have to do full screen. Okay, so resolution. Okay, this is a little easier. I don't like how floaty. Because this is me. My mouse is moving faster than the camera's response time. Can I change mouse display? I don't think I can. There is a lot. Brightness, screen brightness. Yeah, so I think it would be nice if they added a setting to adjust the graphics of this game. That would be very nice to see. And also the mouse, the camera control. There's probably one for camera control. I just am not fully looking. Okay, cool. Hey, got your run. Shit. Oh, it's 0728. 0728. So you need an access card for that. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Oh shit! No more. Oh no, muerte. Oh boy. Okay, so you have to like press and hold for some of these. Nani the fuck? Oh look, it's us. Hello, bitch boy. What the fuck? So, tab is summon. Did I summon it? Oh.
Thank God, you made it out alive.
Who are you? What is this place?
You don't recognize my voice.
I don't recognize a goddamn thing. Answer my questions.
This place is an abandoned monolith built by the Rosetta Corporation. It housed one of the many silver gates that gave Rosetta access to Rift Space, another dimension of space and time.
Another dimension?
Yeah.
So, what are you exactly? An AI?
No. You and I belong to a group called the Mayflies. We were on a military raid when something went very wrong.
You don't remember anything about what happened to us.
All I remember is that we were fighting together, side by side, when everything went black.
Alright. How did we end up here then?
I don't know. My memory of the past still has wide-ranging gaps. But from what I can tell, we were the only ones who survived.
Survived? You're a bird.
Yeah, at this moment. But the bird is merely a manifestation of my consciousness. You'll just have to trust me when I tell you that we were both living, breathing human beings before the raid. Look, you have a ton of questions you want answers to. So do I. If we work together, maybe we can survive long enough to learn the truth about what happened. Interested?
Yeah, I'm interested. Wait. Survive what exactly?
Deviants and deviations for starters. They're in here right now. You'll see. Come on. Let's go find a way out.
Okay.
Tell me about this thing on my back.
It's called a cradle. frequency from Stardust and allows you to channel certain powers. It'll be a high too if you want to know. It also contains my
How do I...
so try not to damage it, okay?
Sure, I'll do my best.
Too late for that. I'm already doing funny things. Funny bird. Oh shit, it's Skibidi Toilet's might. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Whoa. What the fuck? Well, I'm not sticking around, so... So you can, like, do combo attacks, it looks like. F collect. Take all. Lighting tool. Shit. What's my inventory? Okay, so good to see that it's just your standard, Okay, well, it's already in my hotbar, so... Hee hee. Why is it on number 6? God damn it. Whee! Okay, so you do take fall damage in this game. And apparently your hair glitches in and out. Whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Dude, not even a fucking minute in and it's like, ah, yes.
Was a deviant, a mutated human who was infected by Stardust.
I was meaning to ask you about that.
Stardust? Well, when the Silver Gates opened, Stardust just started pouring through.
What do I do with this? What do I do with this?
The majority of human beings never survived exposure to it. Certainly not in high concentrations. Most people ended up turning into creatures like that.
Well, now I have this. I don't know what to do with it.
Butterfly?
Not quite. It's a deviation. Non-hostile by the looks of it.
Okay, so do we avoid it?
No. Try using your cradle to contain it.
That's great. I want to fucking heal myself first. Thank you. Okay, so you have to, like, button mash. And now the game started. Oh. Hello, lady. What are we? Oh, okay. Oh, this is the lady who's like, have you ever, like, tried dancing with butterflies or something? Tee-hee. No, woman, I have not danced with butterflies before. Well, damn. Bringing past scenes back to life. That's great. Oh. We got some Wii Snap shit going on.
The other side of that door. We need to take her down, and we need to do it now.
I want to go home. I want to see my
I
family.
know you are. Let's move. Can you tell me you stay outside and hold off any Rosetta troops that try and stop us? The rest of us may fly as we breach the room, and the
and resilient we are.
Okay.
The future belongs to us, but it is ours for the taking. That we are
Yeah,
capable of
you
seizing.
keep talking.
But
You keep
first,
talking.
we
I'm
must fight
kind of more
back
interested
the
in being a little troglodyte. Hello there. I'm gonna shank you. Oh, look at you. You need to go see a dentist. Now fuck off. I'm gonna take your belongings. Hee hee. I don't know what to do with this. I guess I'll do a thing. Who wants dollar bills? I am weaponizing. Oh. I am weaponizing capitalism. Doing typical American shit. That's right. You don't have anything I want. You stink. Oh. I'm gonna just take this and ship it a boom. That's right, fuck you. Boing. Ooh, what's the shiny? Give me the shiny. I would take all of this. Fuck yes. Hello, lady!
Hello, Mayfly. It is good to see you. I've been moving around.
Your voice. Who are you?
I, like you, was once a regular human. But now, I am an agent of change. A glimmer of hope in a broken world.
What does that mean?
Come with me and see for yourself.
All right. You want us to go through the funny? Knock knock. Open up, bitch. Excuse me while I just take everything. I got a gun. I can open up the windows. I want to open up the windows because I think that would be funny. Okay, well, that doesn't do me much. G-Vault? Oh, so this is where I can store things. Can I play the piano? I can play the piano! Okay, I will stop finagling with that. I always like that you can do that in games. Listen, I can't play the piano that well, but as someone who's grown up with a grand piano, it just hits different. So you can cook tea, you can build stuff, you can check this, apparently. You can do a lot in this game from the looks of it. Alright, I'll go listen to her.
What is this place?
This is a liminal space separating your world from the world of the origin entity. Until you're ready to face the chaos beyond these walls. This is a safe space.
The origin entity is what destroyed the world?
Mankind's desire to be one with the gods led to the devouring of our world.
Hubris.
The devastation visited among all living things was the consequence of hubris. Yes. But also of two realms colliding. One far more powerful than the other.
And the origin entity, it's still here?
The original Great Ones left after almost all living things had been consumed. Yet, the debris of that conflict still pollutes the land and harms the people who survived. It has led us to this moment in time.
I don't understand.
Find and contain the deviation in this facility, and you will gain the strength to confront the outside world. In doing so, you will also better understand your path.
Okay, whatever that meant, woman. I feel like this is just one of those games where there's a lot of talk, but you gotta like... just kind of play through the game to actually understand what's going on. Okay, this they need to turn up the volume on, though. I will say that. Because I can barely hear it. And, like, the audio for the rest of the game is perfectly fine. I already messed with the piano. What would you like me to do? So you just keep it happy like it's a silly little Tamagotchi. What? I'm not making it satisfied? Improved, worsened. Got it. Okay, I'm sorry you don't fucking like J-pop. Got it. Do you like this music? Well, alright, I guess you do. You are hungry. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Do you want me to eat the chips? Okay, I'm gonna be like Neo banging out them tunes. Alright? Do you like the music? It is very riveting and soothing for the soul. I am sure this is something that would want to be played everywhere, don't you agree? What happened to my body? Do you want the windows opened? Silly, strange ass looking butterfly. Oh boy. I think it liked the music, question mark. Well, it likes the radio better than whatever the fuck I was pounding out.
Is this deviation I've contained connected to you in some way?
What happened to my character's face?
And now, it is a part of you. Your path is forming nicely.
I still don't understand. What path?
It will become clear in time. Be patient. Right now, we must overcome one final obstacle before you are ready.
What's that?
Deviants. Many of them. Just beyond the barrier. When you're ready, I'll attract them to us. I will do my best to help you before the space collapses.
Girl, I'm fading into a
What the
non-existence.
hell are you talking about?
The enemy will be very strong. Prepare yourself.
What if I bang out those tunes again? Will it fix my character model? Help me, this is a song about something. I'm fading out of existence. Fuck. Fuck! Okay, no, that didn't do anything. Or maybe it did do something. No, it didn't do anything. Wrong metastate? What do you mean, wrong metastate? Well, alright then. You see here. When that happens, oh boy. It's a good thing we have a gun. How do I shoot with gun? That's great. I got a whole ass bush. Well, fuck you, first of all. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die. How do I use adrenaline shot? Help or give up? I can't do fuck all, so, you know, whoopsies. But hey, at least I could make the butterfly happy. Listen, I can't throw hands, but damn, can I make a butterfly happy? Oh. I will take that. Ooh. I don't know. Ha. What the fuck's going on with that dog? Damn, boy, I don't like that dog. Damn, boy, I don't like that dog. Get away from me, Yogg-Sothoth. Fucking off. Bad dog. Bad. So I gotta just get rid of this fucker. Bye, Trevor Henderson creature. Please don't do that. Okay, good. Fuck off. And I think if you have issues with flashing lights or so, that is something to keep in mind. Is this game seems to have it, so. So you have to manually open the fucking doors. Okay. Good. The butterfly is happy. Great for them.
You have done well, Mayfly. Your journey back is complete. Now, a new journey must begin. For the wheel of evolution never stops turning. Only the direction we travel is left unresolved. Remember that the disaster that has befallen our world is not the end, but the beginning of something much greater.
Are you coming with us?
For now, my place is here. Yours is out there, beyond the Silver Gate, in the world of humans. Though your path will be fraught with danger, you must move ever forward toward fostering a new era of progress for humanity.
Where do we start? What do we do?
Shut down the Silver Gates inside the monoliths. Embrace the power of Stardust energy. Gain strength for the battle to come.
What battle is that?
You will understand when the time comes. For now, help the people and safeguard humanity against those who would threaten its survival. As you gain more power, we will meet again in the in-between. Good luck, Mayfly.
Okay. Bye, I guess. Yippee! Just falling out of the thing. As you do. Where to land? What looks like a good spot that totally will not fuck me over? I think here might be fine. Are you fucking with me? Okay, well... Okay. Here, stop gliding mode. Okay. Falls. Congrats, you need to respawn again. Okay. This was not where I wanted to respawn, but alright. Old water bottle. I will take everything. I will take everything like the little funny gremlin I am. Okay. I wanted to respawn elsewhere. I wanted to spawn in that little trailer truck area. In your territory. That's cool. I don't have a territory. I just spawned in. Why would I want to build a territory at this very moment? Also, I need to pee. So if I pause the game, will I die because I needed to take a piss? I guess I will. So, be right back. I'm back. I am back. I have not died yet. Good. But time has changed. Like, time has moved on in game. So, yeah, you can't, per se, pause. I'm gonna hijack this bitch! Yay! We hijacked someone. We shanked them.
We made it. We're back in the real world.
Really? Looks the same to me.
I'm still figuring out what this new form of mine is capable of, but I can sense it through the cradle.
Okay. So, now what? Find the nearest monolith and shut down the silver gate inside?
You realize you don't even have any closing, right? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we should set up a base of operations, then grow our strength from there. Like before, there seem to be butterfly deviations here in the real world as well. If you can contain them, we should be able to use them to set up a territory of our own.
Contain butterfly deviations, establish a territory of our own, grow stronger, then shut down the silver gates. Oh yeah, and get some close. It's a plan.
Speaking of which, I've come up with a good way to keep track of our goals. I've set up a journey interface through your cradle. If you're ever unsure of what to do, you can always check that for our next step.
Okay. I don't think I should drink the suspicious water. It's probably not suspicious water, but I still don't think you should. You know what? Fine, I'll drink it. Yeah, it's totally a smart idea. Sans, please don't foreshadow something bad for us. Take all of it. Oh fuck, it's a deer? That's a deer. That is a suspiciously tiny deer. Is that an elk or is that just an oversized deer? Well, it doesn't want to kill us, so okay. I'm gonna eat more of whatever this is. Can I... What's this? What's up here? Open the journal interface. Ooh. I don't have shoes or anything. Gathering ore, got it. Season goals. Interesting. So if does M open up map? Yeah, it does. So we're here. This is a settlement of some sort. Okay. So there's a lot to explore. But it only like highlights the area it looks like you're in. Question mark, there's a little farm. So this like gives you an idea of the difficulty of the area. Level 5, we are level 1 area here. Got it. I wanted to land over here. If I remember right. Can I open these up? Or are these just like props for the environment? Let's see. What's here? No, I can't open those up. How to get monolithic ruins. So it tells you all this stuff. Flatbread. Oh, it's pita bread. So it just automatically picks it up for you as you're doing activities. So that's nice to know. There is... Can I use it? No. Well, but this, I gotta somehow... Okay, we just unga bunga it. Got it. Damn! Okay, I guess our character's that strong. Shit, we got some Minecraft Steve level shit going on. What's over here? Hello. Well, that disappeared on me. Can I ride this? No. I got a football. I got a football. How do I use the storage crate? There we go. Soda drinks. Find us at the nearest camp. I'm gonna just loot everything. Fuck you. Okay. I hear a funny noise and I don't like it. It means we gotta bash its skull in. Oh, that's a nice little animation. That's a nice thought put in there. That's something that's not often considered in a lot of games. Can I gather these? No. Okay. Anything here? Anything of value? Anything of use? No.
Not bad, but things different as far as our corporation opened those gates.
Don't go back. The death toll alone was unfathomable. They called it Stormfall. Far too
People
pretty
area.
for what actually happened.
And today,
It's still bad. But those who survived are trying to build new lives. The Mayflies, you and I, we were trying to help when and where we could.
I'll build a camp when I'm ready to build a camp. I just have to remember it's tea. Or it just tells me straight up. Fanio's territory? Is this a person's camp? I guess it is. Okay, Fanio, whoever you are, hi, and goodbye. Ooh, I want to look at that later. Was this where I wanted to fall and then I kind of just went kerplunk? Oh, so someone has like, okay. These are player territories, it looks like. Can I use these? No. I probably should have used the one that the game shows with the tutorial. Oh, someone beat me to it. No. No! Oh well. I'll find a good spot. Just you fucking wait. Also, what's that shining thing in the distance? Yeah, these are all player territories. I mean, I've said that before, but yes, these are definitely player territories. Ah, the shiny things are attractive to me. What was that? You good, Mike? I want to get you. What? I got you. Eclipse deer? The fuck does that mean? That's an interesting usage of the word. That's a first for me. Watch as someone has claimed territory up here. Oh, someone hasn't. Well, mushroom dance. Well, I like it up here, so I think this is where I'm gonna have my area. This is where my camp's gonna be, possibly. What's over here, though? Like, there's so much to explore. Why do you want me to choose where to make a camp? Is it, like... Do I have to just make... Could I... Can I make multiple camps? Or is it just only in one area? can I make a camp? Because if I can make multiple camps, that's great. But if it's like you can only make one camp in one area and you can't move the camp, then that fucking sucks. I don't want that. Okay, let's see here. What's that funny thing? Okay, so there is a fuck ton to explore. I want to go to the funny island. Oh, it's like level 8 though. I wonder if I should just explore more. Because there is so much. Okay, no, it's like if you go any further out, it's not a good idea. Pooey. So I guess I will just like stay over here. Okay, well, fine. I'll just build my fucking camp. You're a bit hungry. Okay, I get it. I get it. You want me to stop fucking around. Got it. I'll build my silly little camp. Near a stronghold? Cool, I crafted that. Oh, so there's a crafting queue. Got it. Okay, so you like pick it up like that. So these are like all your traits. I feel like fortification is going to be very helpful. Oh, so you can only like you can only go for the ones relevant. Got it. Or the ones that are highlighted, excuse me. Oh, cool. Whoa, now I have shoes. Yippee, we have shoes, guys. Okay. Well, right now I need to reorganize all of this. Hold on. Organize. So I'm gonna use this. Okay, so we got that. So now we gotta just scrounge around and figure out where to go. Yippee! B. I feel like I've chosen a bad area. Oh. Okay, so I can move territory. Structures decaying. Fuck off. Okay, B. I don't have enough. So I gotta like get more. So it looks like you can move your territory, which is nice. Yes, yes, I know my structure's decaying because I don't have enough. I built a fucking structure. Where's the door?
Good job setting up our territory.
It's nice to have a place of our own, even if it is a bit bare bones.
Maybe basic, but it's a good starting point. The more we discover out there and the more power we gain, the more we'll be able to build. In time, we'll make it feel like home.
I hope so. I assume there's still some towns left.
Some. After the devouring, the survivors eventually banded together and formed small settlements. If I remember right, the nearest settlement from here is a place called Densville.
Sounds inviting.
I wouldn't go expecting the height of luxury, but it should be a good place to dig up useful info in the area and maybe scrounge some materials.
Cool. I mean, I kind of figured that out. I'm gonna chop down these trees. Let's see here. That is not chopping down the tree. I think I did more damage this way. Ha. I think I need to build like a smelter next. Let's see here. So, whose fucking territory is this? Well, it looks like this is not a territory. This just happens to be here. Can I go up? Oh, that's cute! Look at it. Hey, I found something. It's mine now! F claim. Oh. Okay, so good to know you can just jump off if needed. I'm gonna take these steel pliers. Mind if I do? Oh, hello there, Mighty! Thank you. You kind of were just there, so I just decided to kill you. Looting everything in fucking sight. That's what you do here. Kogi's territory. Okay. Well, hello there, Kogi, who's currently not home at the moment. My favorite part. Brawl, bitch! Okay, real quick, I'm gonna head back to my base and try depositing some of these items. Because there's no way I... have enough proper space. Or will in a moment. My favorite part. Jumping these bitches! There we go. Oh, I'm lagging. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm not gonna get too far. Hang on. I don't like the sounds of that. I'm glad there's this unstuck button though. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh yeah, I did. What the fuck was that? I don't like those noises. Let's see. Oh, God. Let's see here. I want to... So wait, if I... Oh, here we go. So that's how that switches around. Got it. I want... to use my... I want to store things. That's what I want to do. I want to be able to store items. How do I, like, put items in, though? Placeholder text. This is how you can tell it's still in beta. We got some players talking. Bingo. We got some deer meat. We got some deer food. Oh well, I'm just gonna go get my deer meat. The deer I pretty sure I just killed. Should have killed. Damn, they got... Hang on, I want to check this out. Okay, so can you put up doors? Yes, you can. You can put up a fucking door. Why can't I put up a door? I want to get you, bitch. No. Okay, that's fine. Nah. I'm not interested. Friends, what's that? Not in this game. I'm sorry. But for real, I don't want to chat to anyone in this game. So I will just have to go it solo. Let's see, going down here. Oh, this is the, there we go. Got that. Anything of interest? Nope. Okay, I think we're good now. Can I get this open? Thank you. Ooh. When you see suspicious shit like that, that means the juicy stuff is here. There we go. Collect all of this. Collect everything. Be a silly little troglodyte. Yes, I will take everything out of the trash bin. It's mine now. It's gonna stop me with the police? Nah, they don't exist in this fucking world. They don't exist in this fucking world anymore, no. I should probably build like a smelter. Okay, that has to be a player-built structure, right? Yes, it is. Not interested. Yeah, I'll go up that road. Fuck yes. Let's go up to the Sussy Manor. That's right, Sans. We're going up to the manor. Nothing. You are a bit thirsty. That's great. No, I want to gather the items. Okay, something tells me I should probably head back. Alright. What about over here? What's here? So this is the farm. Whoa. Hey, easy there. Those are not good noises. Oh well, I'll just continue going further in. It's fine. So I gotta stand still like this for the next several seconds. Please hurry up. Yay, so now we don't die. I didn't even get to fucking read that. Yes, I see it. What would you like me to do with it? I don't know how to feel about that. Like, is that something I should be afraid of? Is it... Why am I chopping down this orange tree? Wouldn't it be better to gather the resources than fucking kill the oranges? I guess not. Oh, I don't like that. Good. Let me leave the fucking mist. Okay. Oh, yummy. Mine. Mine. Just give. Oh. Well, no. Not interested. I should probably make, like, a smelter. So, I'll go do that, since it seems to be on the way to where I'm supposed to be going anyways. Or maybe I'm going the wrong way. I don't fucking know. Okay. Where am I at this point? Oh yeah, I am a bit of a ways away, but it's fine.
Stop right there. Who are you?
What happened here? Oh, Teddy, you looking good there, mate?
Hey, calm down. Came here to attack you, you'd be dead already. Now put that thing away, huh?
Fine. You don't look like a butch or anything. Well, who are you?
Just a lost traveler in the wilderness.
Yep.
The light of your fire, thought I'd come take a look.
Well, then you're not alone. Most folks folks here got trapped out in the wilderness and ended up seeking shelter. The same thing happened to me. Come on in, friend. We got bunks by the campfire, and we pool what food we have. Just put your gun away, and they'll be glad to share with you.
What's the mail? Come say hi. Finding the task items, I suggest you head to... Okay, thank you. I will just give that a like. That's pretty easy stuff. Who are you? I am guessing this is like the... I don't know if that's like the fancy money. I can't English right now, okay?
I'm always open for business.
I remember this video game. I used to play it.
Video game. I always thought it was some surrealist piece of art. Oh, dear. Probably not as valuable as I thought then. Still, I'm glad to meet someone so well informed in this backwater. My name's Claire. Claire Way. Normally I'm a wandering merchant, but now I'm stuck here like everyone else.
I ran into a lot of beasts, and what are they called? Deviants? On my way here too. It's definitely dangerous out there.
That's not it. If you play it smart, you can avoid all of those. The problem is the deviation.
The deviation?
Yep. Anytime someone around here sets out to go anywhere, they just run out of whatever they have. Gas, electricity, you name it. So they end up stuck here. You see this old beater next to me? It only took me half a tank of gas to take me and my babies here all the way from the north to the east coast. Then I hit the wetlands and bam! No matter how many gallons I put in, it wasn't enough. It's not just cars. A freshly charged battery will run out of juice in a couple of minutes. And just heating up a can of beans could drain a whole fuel canister.
Strange. Do you think it has anything to do with that big tower north of here? Whatever that building is, seems to be using a lot of energy.
I don't know, but I'd stay away from there. That's one of the monoliths left behind by Rosetta. I hear those things are full of traps and deviants and who knows what else. But you know what? I heard a rumor about a nearby town. 30 years ago, it had a family-run business. If you know what I mean. Collecting protection money. Then that family and the rest of the town died during Starfall.
Good for them, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, they were gangsters, kid. The town was mobbed up and they leached the area dry. Now the same thing's happening today.
You mean ghosts are causing these problems? No offense, Claire.
This is a lot of
Didn't I
talking.
tell you you've got an overactive imagination.
You should heed the wisdom of your elders. Trust me. Ever since the Stardust spread during Starfall.
Wait.
Well, you're a mate, just think of it.
Okay, I'm sorry, but like that is a lot of talking. And I'm gonna just... Okay, so I'm just gonna say this right now, but like the dialogue is probably one of the weakest points in this game. I don't know if that's a different story if you played in the original language. Because I am assuming that the English is translated. So I don't know if, say, if you played this in Chinese, I'm guessing it's going to be Chinese if the dialogue's any better. But the way it constantly drones on and everything, and you know, it just gets like, just get to the point, get to the fucking point already. Okay, I get it. Doubly so if you're like an insanely fast reader such as myself, where not only do you want to just get to the next part, it's like you've already read the dialogue like that, and now you're just waiting for the game to just catch up to you. So it gets doubly annoying. By the way, fun fact, that is exactly why the dialogue in like for example, the dialogue in Cookie Run's good. I enjoy reading, listening to like the Cookie Run dialogue in English. I don't know about the other languages, but like even then, despite the writing for Cookie Run being good, I just read so fast that I just can't stand usually waiting for the game to catch up, that I just play the game on mute during my own free time. Like, I'll play it with sound for streams and all of that, but on my own free time, I just play it without any sound because it's just annoying to play it with sound when I already like caught up to where everything is going on in the game before the game does itself. And so it's like, yeah, no, this is redundant. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly head back to my base. I want to smelt shit. I want to smelt items. Larry Duval at Deadsfield. Oh, I have to talk to Larry still? Fine. Okay, I'll do that before I head out, because then it's going to require me to backtrack all the way to here, and I don't think there's fast travel, so... Why more... I thought I viewed the mail already. Okay, well now I have to go to my base. Yeah, so this is just people... Oh, that's cute. Good luck and have fun. I don't think there's going to be anything here of interest. Nah, there's not. That's right, bitch. You're mine now. There we go. Yeah, I have to go back to my base. Alright, we're close to mine. Nice, I leveled up. There we go. I like how for the most part, most of these areas are climbable. You are very thirsty. Whoopee. Okay, well, I'm gonna eat that. That's cool. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to move base because it's just yelling at me with all these things and it's like, fine. Please give me pants. Okay. I will take that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just close up camp. Oh. Oh no. How do I remove? Oh. Okay. Insufficient permission. I want to change the territory though. You can set up camp and use your camp as a respawn point. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Here, get unstuck. Yeah, I'm just gonna move my territory to somewhere else. Because at this point, I don't think the, Okay, well, I want to move. I'm gonna see if I can move that way. I'm just like, I like island. Me like island. Island good. Island unga bunga brain. So if I do this, does it... Oh, okay. So I don't have to go chase after the terminal. Because that's kind of like my biggest concern with some of this stuff is it's like, oh, you have me do all these things, but how can I know for certain that it's not going to require me to just go back and forth to do shit? I'm not gonna bother. Alright. Onwards to the area I want to go set up camp at. Wasn't there like a deer the game wanted me to shoot? Oh well, I'll figure it out later. There we go. Oh my god. I would have beat that shit up! F, respawn. God damn it. Me. I want to beat that fucker! Oh. Yeah. Totally a good idea to pick a fight with Florida. Picking fights with Florida? What a smart move. You just can't beat the Florida. Yippee! Watch me though. I'm gonna fucking beat up the Florida. Or just leave it alone. That's fine. Okay. Oh, don't crash on me. Thank you. Thank you for not crashing on me. Come on. We're getting our way over there. Yeah, I don't need those at the moment. Ooh, boy, we really heading out somewhere. Oh, this is gorgeous. Hey, I got a baseball, baseball bat, baseball bat. Oh, so I just don't naturally get to craft a door? Like, that's just not a thing? Okay. Little odd. What bap? Oh. Okay. Oh, we're almost at our funny little island. Fuck you. What's in here? Let me get this fucker first. Hop! Whoop! Hit! Hop! Bye! We love to see it. So, like, with the this is what I'm curious about. With the ocean, will it let you? Okay, so it's like, oh, you entered contaminated water, teehee. Well, I'd say this is a good enough spot. Okay, so those structures have to be placed on that. Got it. There we go. So, now got that. Faculties. Season goals. There we go. Yeah, I like this camp much better. Though I also want to see what's at that island. There we go. I wish you could just like auto smelt it. That would be nice. Isn't there storage? No, I want to stack it. That's so cool. Okay, that's fine. I don't have enough, apparently. So if I swim out here, yeah, because everything is contaminated. Oh, nice. The fuck does... Okay, so you can, like, dive. Interesting. Oh, oh, that's so cool. What do you mean weight increase? Okay, that's not gonna register. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that in time. Whoa, this is so cool. Am I like the only person on this island? Has no one else set up territory? Like, come on. He's just standing there. Poor bunny. Yeah, I don't think anyone has gone out this far. Oh, nope, never mind. I take it back. Hey, I would take that. Uh, okay, hang on. Now, I wonder, can we fast travel to our home at least, or no? We can. Okay, cool. Outdoor. So apparently you can't open crates that are underneath stacked, like crates that have been stacked on top of them. That or my character is too tall. How did I get scrap metal though? Okay. Player level 8. Good old fishing. Alright, so I'm level 5. I just gotta beat up some more fuckers. I think it's best that I deposit all of this anyways. So I don't lose everything. And I guess we are off. Food. Potato. Here, you know what? I will cook some items first. Nice. That's going to take some time, so we're just going to leave it as that and get going. Now, can we teleport? Teleportation point locked. So if I go to these teleportation towers, or go there, that also works. I mean, it's an event, so maybe we'll get something good out of it.